Good morning, everybody. Hope everyone's doing wonderfully well. Another day where the markets are getting clobbered off of the open. You got quite a lot of weakness across the board. The GMed capping up here on its earnings report. Stunning move to the upside. One of the strongest stocks on the NYSE today. Let's see what else we got going on. Expedia Group also gapping up on its earnings report, acting very, very well. Strong move. XPE. Airbnb gapping up on its earnings yesterday. Very, very good move. Regeneron seeing some strength here, trying to break out of a bull flag pattern, looking pretty good. Ticker Frog, JFrog, gapping up this morning. Market cap 6.82 billion. Stock is gapping up double digits, over 20% right now in the pre-market. LASR, Laser Nightlight, gapping up as well. Earnings. AFRM, despite the market being weak, this stock is seeing some buy-side pressure. MNST Monster continuing to push up on its earnings, so the stock reacts typically well off its earnings. Go figure, Celsius got absolutely smacked yesterday, and Monster today showing some decent earnings. So Monster moving to the upside right now. Very, very cool. All right, that's the New York Stock Exchange. Sphere seeing some strength here in the pre-market, also off of its earnings, making a little bit of a push. See some of the unusual volume. Got TJX, Figma, ticker FIG, seeing some unusual volume right now in the pre-market, down a few percentage points. Ticker XYZ, guys, block. This one's on watch for a day trade. I like it into this 59 area, point of control. Along with that massive volume shelf, you've got a major gap going all the way back to May. So this is kind of where we caught the breakout off this nice move, and ticker block was going through a huge amount of consolidation, and now they're dumping it here off its earnings report. So nasty move for block down here, but there's a big level. I'm hoping it gets down there. You can see it tested the 59.48 area, so we'll just mark that off. But right in that area again, if we can get a retest in the pre-market, I would take that on the long side. Sweet green, guys. Crazy gap down on ticker SG, reporting earnings. Investors not liking the double miss. Archer Aviation, also a big gap down this morning. This is one that's probably going to get a bounce off of this pierce of the 1-year moving average into that 732 area. You can see the low that it made is all the way down here around 739-ish. So Archer, we'll keep that on watch. See if that one can bounce a little bit. But the whole market, you have another down day in AMD. AMD taking it on the chin yet again. If we look at the SPX chart, you can see the SPX breached yesterday, that beautiful little wedge pattern. And it's definitely under some pressure coming into the 50-day as well as your value area low. There is going to be some support on the S&P 500 here. Right away we have this trend line. We can see it on our SPY chart as well. Let's take that Fibonacci level off. So SPY breached that breakout neckline, could be doing a big major sweep, and you're coming right into this upsloping trend line as well as approaching that value area low, previous little breakout consolidation area. Weekly chart, you're still okay, guys. You're still putting in higher highs, higher lows, piercing the weekly 7 MA. I think they're going to try to push the S&P 500 back above that weekly 7 MA, but the downside measured move, the potential today is around 665.41. That's that value area low. So we can see the lowest point that we came was basically down here around that 660 area. So we'll just mark that there. But I think you're going to get a pretty decent red to green reversal today. There just might be a little bit more selling off of the open. All right, but I do think that the indices will probably get a decent bid here today. Don't know if it's in the afternoon or right after the open. I'm expecting a little bit more selling off the open, but definitely expecting some sort of a bid at some point. Right, uranium and nuclear stocks, guys. Uranium continues to sell off here. Now, URA is coming right into some longer term support. You can see you've done a full round trip back to the parallel channel. Previous little breakout zone, you have triggered a head and shoulders, so there's likely going to be more downside, but I wouldn't be surprised for this to bounce back to 48 neckline and then consolidate a little bit, chop around. So what did I do? I covered my Oklo short simply because uranium is into a little bit of support. So I'm all out of my Oklo common share short, netting just over 11% gain. We had to sit on that one for quite a long time, but eventually made money. I still think Oklo's around an $80 stock. 85, 84 around that area. But needless to say, took my profits because Oklo's had a nice fall here over the last couple weeks. SMR as well is triggering a bit of a bear formation, breaking down here, coming into that daily 200 moving average, sweeping it a little bit. Again, if Oklo bounces, uranium bounces, this name will also catch a bid. So again, full profit secured on the uranium Oklo front, finally netting a little bit of a gain. Let's see what else we can do. MP materials continuously coming down here. Free falling. This one's actually an interesting play today as well. If the markets bounce, I'm expecting this one to fill its gap and bounce off of this gap fill. Reasonably oversold intraday for a little bit of a scalp long. You can see it is bouncing a little bit, but another interesting name. Big Bear AI continues to get whacked here, coming to the daily 200 moving average, piercing a little bit of a longer term trend line. Another one that I think is probably going to catch a bid with the market. I'd love to see this gap fill down here for it to go longer. Probably going to try to sweep this volume bar, this impulse candle, but that's kind of where that is. UNH. That one is getting a little bit more interesting, guys. I am considering I'm getting very close to potentially building into another long position on United Health. Again, UNH is looking pretty decent. Coming into a major gap, I'd love to see it a little bit lower. Don't know if it's going to happen, but getting very interesting here for a technical long. Coming into that weekly 20 moving average. I like this price action in UNH, the fact that it's gone through a nice cleanse. You've kind of punished the late chasers up here, and it does look like it's probably ready at some point for a continuation move. Novo Nordisk is another leap play that I think is very interesting down here. A bit of a value play. I'd love to see it fill that weekly gap, try to take out the low, stop out that liquidity there. But NVO getting extremely interesting from my personal opinion. Looking at some of the big boys, Nvidia continuing to come down. Nvidia again is selling off ahead of earnings. That's kind of cleansing the chart, allowing it to potentially get a pop off of earnings. But nice hard sell on Nvidia. This is another one that's probably going to catch a bid today, guys. You're coming into a really big prior all-time high level where you got rejected once, twice, three times, breakout, backtest, breakout, failure, boom, breakout. So a lot of support in here. Nvidia is probably going to bounce off of this 184 area, 185. Maybe worst case scenario, hit the 50-day, but Nvidia is another high probability long trade today, guys. I think scalping some calls today on NVIDIA is probably going to be a lucrative play. So that's another top watch. I think that's probably going to be one of my favorites today, along with a couple others. I'm probably going to go in with some decent size. Another gap down NVIDIA. You've had in multi-days of selling. They probably will defend NVIDIA. Again, I'd love to see it come into a pierce of this. I'd love to see it hit that 50-day. Honestly, that 50-day would be money, but I might have to take it ahead of time, just basically what we see intraday, how the markets react. But NVIDIA, a ton of support back at this prior all-time high level. There's a lot of support there. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. AMD continues to soften up here. SMCI continues to be a nasty, nasty dog down here. Just getting absolutely clobbered in the near term. Tesla obviously had that positive news of approving Elon Musk's $1 trillion pay package. Stock right now is gapping down slightly. Tesla's long is, I think, probably filling this gap down here. It missed it yesterday. We're trading at 440, so call it 433 area or so. This is why I think the market may soften up a little bit off of the open, come down a touch more. But again, there's a lot of interesting charts coming into major support levels. Looking at quantum stocks, QBTS, see if there's anything to do there. Also coming into its 50-day, again, filling a major gap. I'd still like for it to kind of sweep this volume shelf here. But getting a little bit more interesting, IONQ. IONQ's been showing a little bit more positive structure. Quite a nice little volume candle yesterday, retracing. This one's probably the better quantum play, considering that it is trying to form a bit of a bottom, whereas these other ones are still selling off pretty sharply. Crypto remains under pressure. Ethereum continuing to trickle down as if it wants to break down again. Bitcoin continues to try to trickle down, appearing to be forming a bit of a bear flag underneath that 1-year moving average. I still think crypto can get a little bit of a bounce. If we look at the dollar is continuing to pull back here just so slightly. 10-year yield is still trying to push up just a little bit. WTI crude is trying to perk up just a touch here. Natural gas is also trying to go through a little bit of consolidation, but the pattern is still A-OK for natural gas. All right, let's see some of the most active stocks here. So we discussed Archer, we discussed SMR, QBTS, NeoFig, Holly Inc., HLLY up 18.5%. Let's take a quick peek at that. HLLY, likely an earnings play. Yeah, gapping up on its earnings. Again, I don't really like this stock. It's probably going to squeeze a little bit into this 340 area, and then I think it gets faded. Snapchat, after a big move yesterday, it kind of gave up quite a bit of its move, but I still think Snapchat has posted a decent report there. It's going to work itself up here. Sweetgreen, we discussed that. That one's getting absolutely slapped right now. What else do we have? IONQ, XPEV, CNH Industrials. So CNH gapping down on the session. That one's not looking too good in the very near term. We discussed Tandem Diabetes, TNDM. Let's look at that quickly. Gapping up on its earnings report. A lot of resistance up here, but it's probably going to try to at least go for this high pivot up here. Strong stock, weak market. It will catch extra liquidity flows. We looked at Airbnb. We looked at Monster. Wendy's seeing some strength. WEN is the ticker. Wendy's right now gapping up. Also a very oversold play on the larger time frame, is trying to firm up here. Probably just a counter trend trade before it goes lower, but obviously acting very well in the near term. 10x Genomics, ticker TXG, gapping up this morning, also on earnings. This one could be an interesting pattern, guys. There is a bullish trigger that is occurring today. You got an inverted head and shoulders. You also got this W formation that is playing out to a T so far. So that one's looking pretty decent on the long side. I think that as long as you remain above kind of this little neckline area, you can even extend it back here a little bit. This pattern has room to run just basically off of that W formation. You're looking at about a 1670. So that could even play out today. If the market catches that bid, that one could make a move. I see a little bit of a gap fill up there. So not a bad area. Good morning, Peter. All right, what else do we have moving here? 14 minutes till the open. MP, Novo. Ticker XYZ, guys. I think that it had or sorry, not XYZ, TTD, Trade Desk. I think Trade Desk actually had a good report, a really solid report. So just keep that one on watch. TTD, solid report. I liked it. It did a double beat. Stock gapped down initially. It gapped down pretty sharply. You can see the low on TTD is all the way down here. But I think that one's in that had a reasonable report. The initial report scared a lot of people because they were kind of providing a softer guide. But again, they beat revenue, crossing that 739 million. It's a nice amount of revenue compared to the previous couple reports. Double beats. So the company's still growing. I like it. Very, very cheap. Discounted down here in my opinion. Okay. TTD. Lots of support down here. That one's probably going to catch a bid, I would think. You can see that it's been wicking around, had a spike up, spike down, and then it recovered pretty sharply. So I'm going to let you in. I did send out an alert to buy TTD yesterday. We picked up some common shares, so I'm building into a position. I sent out the alert here at 41.86. So TTD's had a nice little rebound. We're already up about 9.8%. We're up about 18% off of that lows, but this is going to be a long-term hold. So I'm already long TTD as of last night in the pre-market. I sent out an alert. Okay. So I started a position at 41.86 common shares long, and now I think I'm going to be looking to build into some options plays. Long call options. Some leaps I think are very, very lucrative. Anonymous saying SMCI is interesting. Yeah, SMCI is just getting absolutely thrashed down here. We did discuss it. There's a gap fill that's coming up where I think that would be the better level to kind of take down here around 39 Pierce. So that would be the only area that I think you would get a bounce in the very short term. But you're probably going to take out this low, I would imagine. Semiconductors are definitely a little bit weak today, which is why the markets are being dragged down. So all right, let's see what else we got going. Let's see. So again, crypto certainly showing some distribution. Good morning, JP. Leaps are just long-term dated options, guys. JP, leaps are just long-term dated options. So you're buying time, a lot of time. You buy yourself. It depends on someone's definition. Some people say a leap is 1 year. Some people say it's 2 years, 3 years. But in my personal opinion, a leap is anything above 1 year, I would consider a leap. But it really depends on what your time frame is. But a leap is just a long-term dated option. Okay, so you're buying yourself time. Again, crypto stocks are certainly under pressure. Drone stocks are under pressure. Again, guys, I did cover my O close short, so I'm all out of that. Wow. The NVX markets have been obliterated. Yet again, seeing sell side pressure. It's a sea of red out there across most names. Couple standout performers. You got Canopy Growth, guys, trying to show some strength today. CGC upticking up double digits in the pre-market, which is kind of interesting. XOM green, Webull down again, Western Union down, Boeing down, DocuSign, DraftKings getting slapped around again. This one has just been beaten to a pulp, gapping down. It's down about almost 7% in the pre-market. It is off of the lows, but just a nasty, nasty decline on DKNG, that's for sure. Micron down a couple percentage points. Open door, guys, that's getting absolutely clobbered this morning. triggering a bit of a bearish breakdown here on open. This one's another one that will catch a bit of a bid. The question is where. I think that daily chart EMA is a decent area. You might undercut it. So if we came back into this $5 Pierce area, I think there's a bit of a scalp long. You can see you're reacting quite well off of that pivot zone already for open door. Good morning, Caleb. Cheesecake is still at the Cheesecake Factory, man. We're keeping it cool on ice for you. Another down day for Duolingo. That stock has just been absolutely bludgeoned. I'm still swinging ELF, guys. It is down a little bit. I'm still swinging Dash as well. Obviously, it's weak with the market. They could probably go a little bit lower, but coming into some really big levels on these stocks. But I'm going to keep my positions in them. We'll see what happens here. Let's see what else we got going on. So gold right now is catching a little bit of a bid. Gold is still an interesting pattern. Looks to be going through quite a bit of heavy distribution here. Basically, it appears like gold is trying to put in a bit of a bear flag pattern. Technically speaking, you are above this weekly pivot zone. So gold is technically a long off this area, but we haven't closed above that area and confirmed. You're still had a close rejection. Tried getting above yesterday, rejection. So are we going to see a rejection yet again? Time will certainly tell. All right, let's go split screen, guys. Let's go the split screen mode. We'll watch SPY here on the right. I am just going to take away some of these moving averages. So SPY is technically trading at some support, guys. Again, that trend line connecting all the way from your June pivot to your chop here in October. There is some technical support. I think the better strong long level is if we sell off into that 665.40 area, value area low. But I would not be surprised for the market to catch a little bit of a bid here. That's for sure. That is for sure. Nice gap down on a Friday. You're probably going to get some VIX compression on a Friday. That would not shock me at all to see this market gap up. All right, again, I like NVIDIA down here, guys. I'm going to look for some call options, I think. Probably going to take some... I mean, I could see NVIDIA going back to this 188. 188, I think NVIDIA will probably try to push to. Also going to watch Trade Desk. Again, TTD looking pretty good. I thought the earnings was pretty decent. Stock was positive. Just seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. I did already send out an alert to go long. Quite a few names that are getting oversold and stretched right now, guys. Quite a few names. Even crypto stocks just getting bludgeoned. A little bit of a divergence between what Bitcoin's doing and crypto. You know, MSTR, Mara, they just keep going lower while Bitcoin is kind of holding its low pivot that it made a couple days ago. It's still going through some distribution. All right, so we got the dollar on watch. I think the dollar's getting a little bit stretched as well to the downside, but probably wants to retest 99.30 area. We'll see what happens. Right now you have the UVXY gapping up on a Friday. Remember, they statistically sell the VIX on a Friday. I think it's pretty key to watch what happens there with the UVXY. Definitely is. So I'll keep NVIDIA here, guys, because that is a high probable long opportunity. I like it a lot. They're likely going to defend the world's largest company at some point today. It's gone through a nice amount of sell side pressure. I'm honestly thinking even slapping a market buy off the open, depending on what these contracts are priced at. I'm probably going to look for, let's see. Honestly, maybe even a gap fill 188 calls. Let me see what Nvidia's chain is looking like. Again, SPY's low is down around the 666 area. It's zero DTE Friday, guys. Zero DTE. I honestly might just take the 187.50s on Nvidia, guys, off the open. 187.50 calls off the open look pretty decent to me. Let's take that 50-day. All right, we got 2 minutes here till the open, guys. 2 minutes till the open. XYZ on my other screen as well. I think that name probably catches a decent bid. But let it go a little bit lower. Yields are green, gold down, gold green, dollar down, crude oil up, Bitcoin down 1%. Going into this, the SPY is your best performing indice, QQQ second, and IWM is lagging. Amazon is down 0.24. You got Microsoft green in the pre-market slightly, Nvidia down 1.74. Nvidia's underperforming with Tesla. Apple's flat. Google's down 0.76 and Meta is down 0.46%. So some underperformance so far in the pre-market by Nvidia, Tesla, and your small caps. And semis are definitely taking on the chin, but I like Nvidia down here for a bit of a bounce trade. Looking at the 187.50 calls. All right, markets are open, guys. Markets are open. All right, guys, I'm going to go long Nvidia here. 187.50 call, half position. Half position, let it pierce this 184. All right, what did I get filled at here? Come on, brokerage. 72 cents, guys. 187.50 call on Nvidia. Half position. I will add to it if need be. They're still flushing it a little bit. Dash is catching a bid. Trade desk is gapping down right now, under a little bit of pressure. I will add to Nvidia, guys, at close to this gap fill. But so far I'm long Nvidia 187.50 calls, 0 DTE. Let's play ball. All right, those calls are already waking up, guys. Those calls are already waking up. SPY is kind of diverging right now. Palantir's gone green. Dash is up 1.94. Alpha is trying to turn green. Come on, NVIDIA. Get your big butt up there. Trade desk is into an interesting long area here as well, guys. TTD. Go, go, go. It's beautiful bounce so far in NVIDIA. Let's go. Send it. Send it, NVIDIA. Send it. All right, NVIDIA contracts are ripping here. Come on. Take a screen. Go, go, go. Bounce the behemoth. Bounce the behemoth. Bounce it. Take a screen. Take a screen. Let's go. Beautiful little bounce so far on NVIDIA, guys. This was the best setup in my opinion off of the open. VIX is still elevated and catching some liquidity. Come on, keep going, NVIDIA. Get your big butt up there. SPY's still super heavy right now, guys. Data Volt's turned green. Archer's still down sharply. Crazy. Look at NVIDIA pump here, guys. Come on. Come on, baby. Push it, push it. Push it. SPY still no bid, guys. NVIDIA, Microsoft's green, crude still green, gold's green, nat gas down. VIX is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Contracts are ripping here on NVIDIA. Come on, NVIDIA. Push it, push it, push it, push it. We're coming up into TP1. Look at SPY. SPY hasn't even bounced yet, and NVIDIA is trying to show its strength, guys. You're likely going to get a bid. If NVIDIA can keep going, SPY should bounce here. Come on, NVIDIA. Keep going. SPY's so heavy right now. Holy moly. Look at that price action. That is just filthy right now. Filthy. Can NVIDIA lift the market, guys? That's what I am looking for right now. Trade desk keeps coming in. DoorDash. Dash is trying to make a move here, guys. Look at Dash. Dash is catching a nice fat candle bid off of the open, basically taking our position flat. Punch that higher, Dash. Go, go, go. All right, SPY is still could come into this 665, but you are getting oversold here on SPY hourly and intraday. Not a bad long area retesting those lows, guys. You got that positive divergence. Again, SPY looks like it wants that value area low, but this is not a bad little bit of an aggressive long area for your S&P 500. Market's still super duper heavy right now. Nvidia is seeing more selling now. Market is still seeing some distribution down here at the lows. Nvidia right back down. Nvidia right back down, guys. So if you didn't get a fill, now's the chance to, I believe, take it again here. Coming into the 50-day MA for Nvidia. Trade desk is trying to bounce a little bit. Market's still super heavy. VIX is trying to scream higher. S&P down 0.63, QQQ almost down 0.9, IWM still lagging, Netflix green, Microsoft green, Tesla getting whacked here. Nvidia absolutely getting smoked into its 50-day moving average. Will Nvidia breach that key zone here? So there should be quite a bit of support down here for Nvidia. See trade desk, nice fall from the lows. Good to see. A little bit of a value play now. S&P still coming lower here, guys. Look at that S&P. You're now tapping that value area low on SPY, guys. Value area low on SPY. It's still melting to the downside. S&P 500 still super heavy in this region, breaching key support and value areas. They are melting that S&P 500. They are even melting Nvidia right now. Melting the whole market. Meta getting slapped. Elf Beauty financials are down sharply, guys. Wells Fargo taking on the chin today. JP Morgan under some pressure. Nvidia looks like it wants that gap filled. It's very, very close. No bid yet in the S&P. This is where the SPY should catch a bid off of that value area low, at least for a day tradable bounce. Would not shock me. Thinking about entering some SPY zeros off this area. See what happens here. Trade desk is getting a nice bounce, guys. Still no real bid in SPY land. VIX is still screaming higher here. Staples are catching a bit of a bid. LiDAR stocks are getting squeezed. Quantum stocks are under significant pressure. Nvidia is now into a daily chart gap here. Approaching heavily. Quick. Wow. Crazy move down here. Still no bid in SPY. Just getting pummeled. Lots of weakness, guys. They are breaking this down. Open doors still down 6%. Nvidia now down 3%. Mongo's down. Ethereum's down. DoorDash trying to hold steady here. It's a bloodbath. It's a bloodbath. Trade desk, guys, still trying to show some strength. TTD not looking too bad. You got a lot of red on the screen. All your high volume stocks are red on the tape. You got Palantir down 1.7, IREN down 9%, Grab down 1, Rigetti down 5, NVTS down 12.6, Big Bear AI down 5.2. They are obliterating your high beta stocks today. Bitfarms down 10, SoFi down 4, Tesla down 4. Wow, NEO down a few percentage points. Intel slightly negative. Let's look at this grab. Is it into a value area here? Grab is not a bad area for a backtest swing trade long. Interesting. Surprisingly, Dash is still holding steady here, guys. We're green on our common shares from yesterday. Elf Beauty not doing anything. But it's just a sea of red out there, guys. It is a sea of red. AMD getting smoked. Microsoft now looking like it wants to break down structure. IWM still looking pretty heavy in this vicinity. Come on, SPY. Bounce it. Come on, NVIDIA. Again, NVIDIA might want to tag that lower channel, but ton of support down here. I'd be shocked if they don't give it a little bit of a facelift. It was the strong stock off the open, and then it got absolutely clobbered. Meta down 2%, getting wrecked. VIX is slowly coming in a little bit here, guys, so don't be surprised if the markets catch a bid. The UVXY is seeing some sell side pressure off of this lower boundary area. Bitcoin trying to pop. Night Meta. Yeah, Meta's definitely getting stretched down here. Definitely getting stretched, guys. But the VIX is starting to sell in here a little bit, guys. So markets should stage a little bit of a relief rally. A little bit. Dash still trying. Nike's green. SOXS is down or up 7.7. Archer's still sucking on the session. Down 11.2%. Interesting. DataVolt has surprisingly turned green, up 6% after it was heavily down in the pre-market. Nice bounce continuing on Dash right now. Let's see if we can get some more positive flow by DoorDash. What else do we have? Marijuana stocks, yep, they got faded off the open. Some staples are strong. Look at DVLT trying to make a little bit of a push here. Big push, guys, on DVLT. UAMY is green. Novo Nordisk still down. SPY still trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Let's look at Novo here. Novo's almost into that gap fill. Double bottom. Wow. Just day after day getting bludgeoned. How's UNH doing? UNH getting intriguing down here, guys. UNH is getting very intriguing. Tempted to start a position today. You want to look at Walmart? WMT? Yeah, that's not looking too bad. TTD, guys, that's still trying to shake off some selling. Let's look at XYZ. Nice bounce on XYZ, never officially hit my area. Again, your VIX is quietly coming in, guys. So your VIX is quietly coming in. That should help your S&P 500. Duolingo trying to see some power. DataVolt trying to climb a little bit. Dash is still looking super strong here, guys. Look at DoorDash. DoorDash is ripping to the upside. One of the stronger stocks today. Catching a really nice dead cap. Again, I'm long off that 202.25 area, guys. 202.25. What a ripper on Dash, guys. DataVolt's still trying. NVIDIA's still trying. No bid in sight for Meta yet. Still down sharply. Tesla is trying to firm up just a touch. Bitcoin's catching a nice bid off of the lows, guys. Keep crypto stocks on watch. BTC is trying to catch a nice 10-minute hourly candle. Who the heck is this calling me? Sorry, guys, I just had a phone call there. Uh, some stocks are bouncing, others are not really catching any sort of a bid. VIX is kind of stabilizing. Looking at some of these high performance crypto computing stocks, I mean, Iron just getting absolutely bludgeoned today. Cypher Mining coming in, but Bitcoin again is trying to break out here intraday. You can see a nice little volume 10-minute surge. So typically we'll see if crypto can be a little bit of a leading indicator for this market to catch some of that liquidity. But wow, it is a nasty, nasty sell so far in the market. And we'll see if we can get any sort of a bounce here. Dash still coming in, MSTR, UAMY, Data Vol still seeing some strength. Nat gas stocks are under pressure. What's Oklo doing? I like to look at Oklo because that's also a highly speculative company. DraftKings has made a red to green reversal. That's now up a couple percentage points. Come on, NVIDIA. I'm still in the 187.50s, guys. Calls for NVIDIA. 187.50 calls for NVIDIA. Go, big boy, go. UAMY catching a nice bid off of the lows. That's quite interesting. Your SOXS is coming in. Palantir still down at 172. Holy moly. 172 on Palantir. Dash is still up a couple. Interesting. Very, very cool. Bitcoin still trying to make a little bit of a push here. Wow, Novo Nordisk, man. So cheap down here, but it wants that gap. I gotta believe it wants that gap. UNH also tempting to buy UNH down here. ANET catching a bid. I'll take a peek on my other screen. Yeah, ANET is catching a little bit of a bid. Another name that has hit some decent technical chart support. All right, S&P still going through a wave of sell side pressure. IONQ down 9.8%. That is filthy. Wow. So they trapped that liquidity yesterday. IONQ is now into a very good support area, but that's a hard sell on IONQ. Nastiness, nastiness. Urjit saying if VIX breaks if VIX breaks 21, SPX contests 66.40. Yeah, for sure. For sure. It can. Let's look at Oklo real quick. Oklo is catching a little bit of a bid, guys. That could be another little indicator. SMR, though, not really doing anything. Uranium, still under pressure. AMD, still under pressure. Tesla, still under pressure. Google, still under pressure. NASDAQ, let's look at the QQQ. QQQ has had a really sharp, precipitous fall. IWM has filled its downside gap, guys. SPX, look at that gap down on SPX. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. That's for sure. Into the 50-day MA, guys. Will they defend the SPX off of this 50-day MA? That is the question. Question. Trade Desk still trying to make a move. AMD still down 2.92. Big Bear still down. Iron down. Palantir down. Everything is down pretty much across the board. The VIX, though, guys, is starting to sell a little bit, so be careful. The VIX is starting to sell. We could catch a nice little bounce here. That would not surprise me. BlackBerry down. Aviz is saying BS market. Okay, UAMY, guys, that one's ripping today. UAMY is ripping. Look at that. Boom. MicroStrategy trying to make a little bit of a red to green reversal. Mara, Wells Fargo. Interesting. SPY trying to make a little bit of a push here, guys. S&P. Big bounce on the equity market so far. See if Nvidia wants to go green. You're getting a little bit more buy side pressure creeping into the market, guys. Definitely some buying coming into play. NVTS getting smoked. Look at that full round trip on NVTS. Nastiness. Nastiness. Set to come out in what, 6 minutes here? A little bit of data in 6 minutes, guys. Just a heads up. S&P trying to make a little bit of move. VIX is still compressing here, guys. VIX is still compressing. I did send out a couple new alerts to the options and investing group. Just a heads up, guys. UMAC still getting crushed. Semis are trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Dash coming in. Trade desk is looking pretty good, guys. TTD looking pretty good. I'm biased because I'm long, but TTD is trying to form a little bit of a bounce here. And I sent out that alert yesterday to buy in the pre-market. Nvidia still has some top wicks. SPY trying to firm up just a little bit back above its value area low. Technically a positive sign. Now we need to see if it can recapture that pre-market low. Still no bid in Meta. No, not much action in Tesla. Open door, really big bounce in open, guys. All right, your VIX is being faded here, guys. UVXY being faded. That is seeing some distribution. Yep, you're definitely seeing Bitcoin trying to make a push here as well, guys. BTC firming up. Right, SPY is getting a nice bounce here, guys. SPY is getting a decent bounce. Trade desk is still trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Nvidia is still trying to shake off some of the sell side pressure, guys. Oklo is really reversing here. All right, markets look like they're setting up for a red to green reversal, guys. Heads up. Markets look like they're setting up for a red to green reversal. Here they go. You're seeing some of these high beta stocks like UAMY really ripping to the high side. Look at this name squeeze, guys. Look at this name squeeze. We bought off that 706 area, and that is ripping to the upside. Nvidia is still lagging right now, surprisingly. Maybe it's going to be the late hoorah pusher, but Nvidia lagging pretty immensely right now. Couple new positions we just started. Meta no bid, Bitcoin trying to rip, VIX is still seeing some distribution. You got SPY down 0.6, QQD down 0.9, IWM firming up quite nicely. Apple's turned green, Netflix is green. Tesla, Meta, Google, Nvidia, Microsoft, Amazon all red on the session, guys. Still seeing some top weight distribution in Nvidia. Nasty price action so far. UAMY squeezing to the upside. Some nat gas equities like Antero Resources, guys. Big move back to the high side on AR. Let's look at EQT. That name is trying to blitz higher. RRC, guys. That name is continuously showing some buy the dip resiliency. Rocket Labs today down a few percentage points. Interesting. All right, we got some inflation data coming out here, guys. Dash got faded. Meta still at the lows. Wow, Meta's just getting rocked. Rocked on Meta. Guess investors aren't liking that CapEx spending. All right, S&P falling. Nvidia falling. VIX catching a little bit of a bid here. SPY getting hit yet again. VIX is trying to creep higher. So Michigan 1-year, 5-year inflation or the consumer expectations came a little bit lighter than what the market was expecting. Dollar going lower. Interesting. No bid in Meta. Staples are still strong. Semis are still under some pressure. Dollar's getting faded. JP Morgan back to the dark side. MSTR is still down 3.7. Palantir still down 1.7. Dash is still holding some positive gains, but weak, weak, weak. They are just taking Meta. Meta's coming into its monthly 20 moving average, which is sitting at 603.28. Wow. Meta, they are annihilating Zuck. They are annihilating Zuck. Look at GCT. Sure thing. GCT, yeah, GCT ripping. GigaCloud Technology breaking out intraday. Very strong looking chart. This one could squeeze to 34 bucks today, if especially if the market firms up. This name could squeeze even higher. Interesting. We're still seeing Nvidia trying to weaken out here. Bitcoin still looking decent. The dollar's new lows, guys. Your DXY is caving. That's supporting gold. Should support the equity markets. All right, guys, I'm gonna look at some SPY 668 zeros, SPY 668 zero DTEs. Let's see if we can test this green bar low again. Wow, no bid yet in for Meta. Dollar still falling. I'll let you know if I take the fill. Meta's still dropping, SPY's still dropping here. All right, guys, get ready to enter. I'm gonna get ready to enter here. Bitcoin dollar still imploding here, guys. Your DXY is imploding. Just took a stab on some SPY zeros. It's a half position, 4 contracts, 668 zero DTEs. I will add if we sweep the low and come into this 663.40 zone. Markets are still heavy. Nvidia new lows. That's hurting this market pretty sharply. QQQ down 1.2. Nvidia down 3.2. Tesla down 3.4. Big drop there on you can see this market is still seeing quite a bit of selling. Dash is trying to make a little bit of a push yet again. Your IWM is trying to diverge a little bit. Palantir still down almost a couple percent. Mara down 5, Meta down 2.3, Elf down 2.9, Trade Desk down 4.6, Novo down 2, Rocket Labs down 5.7. QBTS outperforming IONQ. IONQ is a dog today, down sharply. Archer's down 13.4%. That is nasty. Nasty on Archer. Canopy Growth still showing a little bit of strength, up 5.5. Chevron doing really, really well. Crude oil is slightly green, up 0.81%. Natural gas down 1%, taking a little bit of a breather. DraftKings up 4. Micron was positive, now it's back to the negative. Lulu slightly green, UPS green, STZ green, Duolingo green, Snapchat green. Interesting. This market is still dripping to new lows, guys. New lows on the session. Look at SPY. SPY taking out those lows. We are coming in sharply. Markets are still seeing heavy sell side pressure, guys. Super duper heavy. Nvidia new lows. Markets are still under immense pressure. You got your IWM falling again after it had a nice bounce. Still down 1%. Underperforming SPY. QQQ is your weakest indice through the back of semiconductors and mega cap tech really taking on the chin. Financials have really softened up again. JP Morgan down 0.7. Tesla still getting rocked here. Nvidia is still knifing through its 50-day, knifing through that gap. Pretty amazing selling in Nvidia. No love for it today so far. Alibaba still seeing some selling. Trade desk is still trickling a little bit lower. Bitcoin's still trying to show its strength. It's trying to hold above its opening range. Dollar still melting lower, guys. DXY getting clobbered. Absolute clobbered. Amazon down 1.4. Apple's green up slightly on the session. Google down 3%. Meta down 2.2. Tesla down 3.5. Eli Lilly taking on the chin down 3.45%. Carvana slightly negative. SMH down 2%. Ethereum down 1.2. Boeing's red. What else do we have? A little bit of a bounce there on SPY. Home Depot showing some strength. Affirm is up 9.82. That's showing some strength. XYZ block still getting slapped. That is down 11%, guys. XYZ. Come on, SPY. Take us back to the green side. Let us see that red to green reversal. AI is down a couple percent today. Even First Solar, which has been strong, that's down 3.8. Celsius down another couple percentage points after yesterday's big sell-off. Interesting. Very interesting. StoneCo, wow, down 10.28%. Brazilian stock. SMR down 13.96%. On days like these, the question is, are you liquidating longs? Are you doing some triage to your positions? Are you buying the dip? Are you continuously shorting the trend? What are you doing? That is the question. Come on, S&P. Push it. Take us green on the session. Take us green on the session. We're in 668 zeros. Those are starting to print, guys. I'm up almost 30%. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Ram is scalping. Trying to catch a little bit of a bid here in the very, very near term. Market's still heavy, heavy, heavy though. Heavy, heavy, heavy. Heavy on my heart. Elf Beauty sucks ass, man. DoorDash at least bounced. UNH catching a little bit of a bid. DataVolt still bouncing. NatGas equities performing quite well. Interesting. IONQ, eh? Anyone buying Quantum down here? What do you guys think? Buying Quantum down here? Backtesting a daily chart support area. I don't know, man. Serve Robotics as well. That's a nasty fall on Serve. Serving up some losses. All right, big bounce on SPY. Come on, keep going. Again, my first trim, guys, on my S&P contracts is right at this yellow area here. That is kind of, I think, a retest of that big breakdown trend line, guys. You can see on SPY, we're bouncing off the 50-day MA. We swept it, pierced it by a pretty decent margin. Now they're trying to hold back above that critical moving average. We'll see if that can hold steady in the very near term. Market's still quite oversold on your 5, 10, and 15 minute. Even your hourly charts slightly oversold. Again, you're pretty stretched from that 1 minute EMA. Typically, when you're this stretched from that moving average, either you're going to let price action test it, or you're going to allow consolidation, the slowing to sell down for that moving average to catch up. But that 1 minute MA is usually an area the market likes to retest. We will see if that is the case. Meta seeing a little bit of a bounce here. That is also a stock that just keeps getting bludgeoned day after day after day. XPEV, wow, down 6%. Nasty. Unity's still down. Come on, SPY. Get your big butt up there. Come on, NVIDIA. Lyft is down 1.3. Interesting. Monster up 8.5%, showing some strength. Datadog down 4. That's probably also a buy the dip candidate, guys. Datadog had those blockbuster earnings yesterday. Would not be surprised if the market goes green for Datadog to also go green today. That a lot of people will froth at the mouth to get long that name, considering it had a really, really strong report yesterday. That would not surprise me. All right, we'll keep NVIDIA open here. All right, SPY calls are starting to print here, guys. Come on. Give me some more. Give me some more. Give me some more upside. Come on, break through this resistance. Get to TP1. IONQ still down 8.5. Kava's green. Costco's green. Adobe's green. Hershey's green. Lulu's green. Good to see. Humana's green. So some of those more defensive plays. It's really your high beta and tech getting slaughtered today. All right, nice punch through on SPY, guys. Beautiful punch through on SPY there. We're up 35%, a little bit more. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Wow, Elf Beauty, you're just a dog down here. Wow. Getting slaughtered on my Elf Beauty. Damn. That's crazy. Bitcoin really making a nice push here, guys. BTC trying to recapture 101. 101. Come on, SPY. Keep going. Give us a higher high. Oh, here we go. Still no real bid in NVIDIA, guys. NVIDIA is still just lingering down here. Lingering. The question is NVIDIA going to catch a bid with the market? We will certainly find out. S&P still trying to outperform. Here we go. A little bit of a push, guys. Nice push. Up about 50% on my SPY calls. Looking for more, though. Come on. You got more in you. You've got more in you. Let's go. SPY back to new all-time highs, guys. Let's see if we get that trend into the end of the year to take us back to all-time highs. There is a strong chance of that. Here we go. Come on. Big impulse candle. Big impulse candle. Give it to us. We still need NVIDIA NVIDIA hasn't even gotten going yet, so that should help the S&P. Once NVIDIA can break out of this little bit of a bearish, look at the relative difference. SPY creating a little bit of a higher high here on the 1-minute chart, whereas NVIDIA has not done so yet. So NVIDIA needs to get above this 184.20 to kind of be trading back in line with your S&P 500. Still seeing Bitcoin acting well, Meta trying to firm up. You got Trade Desk still selling, Elf still selling. Interesting. We'll bounce yet in NVIDIA. Tesla's trying to bounce here a little bit. That's only down 2.7. Apple's ripping, guys. Seeing some impressive price action in Apple. Yeah, Alpha is going for that gap fill is right. Elf is just nasty. Nastiness on Elf. Weak stock, weak market, right? Weak stock and a weak market. All right, SPY seeing a little bit of distribution. Is this going to be a little bit of a 1 minute bullish inverted head and shoulders? We will find out momentarily. Or are they going to chop us right back down to the lows? SPY's continuing to sell off here. Still have some signs of accumulation, guys. This isn't a broad market sell-off. Despite all indices are red, there's still some pockets of strength, which is kind of telling me that there's definitely some accumulation under the hood. If we look at RSP is actually green, guys. So relative strength in SPY today can be observed, which is always a little bit of a positive sign because you look at how oversold some of these mega cap techs are. Once these mega caps start to bottom, there will likely be a pretty big bounce in SPY considering RSP is showing some positive structure. Okay, so I think that maybe they're just going to burn some theta, chop us around a little bit, but RSP is green, guys, so there's definitely some pockets of strength in the market. Just a matter of how much backing and filling do they want to do. Will they sell the VIX today? You know, the VIX is actually coming in a little bit more. So yeah, your VIX is starting to break down. Again, wouldn't be surprised to see your S&P 500 at least backtest prior day low. Just basically purely where RSP is. Natural gas still down 1. Gold seeing a little bit of fading. 10-year yield is basically green to flat. 2-year yield is flat. Trade desk sucking on the session. Going lower. TTD. Wow. What else we got? Meta still down 1.84%. Google down 2 but bouncing. Apple up 0.79. Nvidia trying to get going here. Here goes. Nvidia trying to break out of a 1 minute inverted head and shoulders. Can it press the S&P and Qs higher here? Here we go. This could be a big breakout. Send it. Come on. Come on, Nvidia. Get your big butt going. VIX is seeing some sell side pressure. VIXy, VIXy, VIXy. Here we go. New high of day incoming on SPY. Come on, give it to us. Give it to us. Nvidia trying to get going here, guys. Testing a little bit of a 1 minute pattern breakout. Oof. Doing a little bit of a liquidity sweep. Don't be mean. Wow. No real breakout yet for Nvidia, but it's still trying. Tesla still down 2.6. Little bit of a choppy session here. AR still strong, up 2.2. RRC up, back up 1.25. Data volts up 6. UAMY up 11. Dash is still up 2.2. Trade desk down 5.4. Come on, Nvidia. Go SPY, go. Rip it. Rip it back up 50% on my SPY calls, but looking for first trim off of this area here. Come on, NVIDIA. Get going. You're so oversold down here, NVIDIA. You're so oversold. Don't tell me you can't make a push. All right, SPY coming in, guys. Still chopping around. NVIDIA failing to break out here. Not quite ready to break out yet. They are chopping it right back down. Nasty little rejection candle there for your S&P 500. Filthy. Filthy. Punishing the breakout buyers there. Nasty. All that front running of liquidity, they just sold it. They better give us some sort of a breakout here, or just flush us or break us out. Don't chop us in this tight little range. VIX is catching a little bit of a bid. Apple's still strong. Still sucking, chopping it down. Back testing that value area low on SPY. Chopping this market around, guys. UAMY still up 10%. Dash still up 2. Alpha's down 5. IWM still down 0.7. SPY and IWM are kind of closing the gap. QQQ still weak on the session. Bitcoin still recovering the majority of its losses, down 0.5%. What else? JP Morgan bouncing. Nana saying we're still only 4% from highs, and this is with the government shutdown and Fed pivot to holding. The market never reacted to the holding narrative, yields did. Well, we're getting a cut. The market's still pricing in a cut next Fed meeting. So the Fed talk is a bunch of bullshit. Look at this Fed watch tool, guys. You still have a 70% chance of a cut next meeting. This has been fluctuating between 41 to 61. Now it's 70. It's at a high today. So again, the Fed talk is all a bunch of bullshit. We're still likely getting a cut. All right, is this the breakout? Come on, give it to us. Bitcoin ripping, VIX falling, new low of day for your UVXY. This could be it, guys. New lows for your UVXY. Yep, they're going to send this. Send it. Yeah, bond yields have bounced. Again, that's typically what happens off of that Fed talk, right? It's just a little bit of a counter trend rally in bonds. They're still in a very hard downtrend. You know, a small bounce. It appears like you're trying to put in an inverted head and shoulders. I wouldn't be surprised if the pattern fails. You're still in a heavy downtrend, guys, in bond yields. You know, weekly chart still heavy, heavy, heavy. But this is just a little bit of a bear counter trend rally. Again, you hit support, right? Look at this long-term support going all the way back to 2023, pivot, a little bit of a falling wedge, but I still think you're going to go lower. You know, the Fed narrative, they have, when yields move up, right, and compress that distance between the Fed narrative, the Federal Reserve Board has to come out and jockey and jawbone the market. The only way they can influence the short-term yields is by saying things, but they have no influence on the long-term curve. But we're still in a heavy downtrend. We got to watch to see. what type of pattern here. You know, you're trying to form a bull flag, but you're breaking below the 7 MA, so but the trend is still very, very weak on your yield market. Very weak. All right, Nvidia is still extremely oversold down here on your intraday time frames, but SPY just chopping around. Are you serious? You're gonna chop us here? Just sideways? Come on. Nastiness. They're gonna be nasty. Bitcoin still showing some strength. Ooh, Celsius. I'm getting an alert on Cell H. Let's look at Celsius here. Wow, just a complete bloodbath in Celsius, taking out the lows from yesterday, now coming into this gap fill. This could be ready, guys, for a little bit of a bounce trade. Nice gap fill on Celsius. You can see it's already trying to react off that volume area, but that's a big area for Cell H, guys. If you're wanting to scalp it on the long side, I'd let it go to 42.50, but this is a big area. 42.50 is, let me look at that daily chart again. Celsius. Interesting. I'll watch that on my other screen. Wow, Nvidia, no love for Nvidia. Just keeps on getting slammed down here. Same thing with SPY. No real meaningful bid and hold. Bitcoin still holding steady. VIX UVXY still up about 3.6. Wow, UAMY, guys, is ripping. UAMY is absolutely flying here. New high of day, breaking out to the high side again. We are long UAMY. That is ripping. We got the $10 calls that we're writing. Come on, bounce us. Bounce us. Come on, NVIDIA. Get your big butt up there. Give us a little bit of a frickin' liquidity bounce here. Stellar day, guys. That's ripping. Inverse head and shoulders looks obvious. They'll probably drop it. Yeah, there's that potential for sure. There is that potential. There's always that potential. We'll see what happens. Sometimes the most obvious patterns are the ones that play out, though. Wow. See, see here and both sides of the trade right now on SPY, guys. They are nasty. The positive is you're still holding above that value area low, this volume shelf. You did just form your hourly candle a couple minutes ago, so it's a nice hourly chart breakdown. It's going to get people bared up. I would still think they're going to retest the top of this hourly candle, this yellow trend line, but we'll see. We will see how nasty they want to be. For another new day. Chop chop. VIX is catching another bid. Market is still selling. Meta going for another new low day. Your IWM is still holding a little bit here. But still seeing some net distribution. Market's still heavy. Lots of selling still occurring. Your VIX is now trying to creep back up here. Wow. Nastiness. Nasty, nasty price action. For sure. So theta and chop going everywhere but nowhere. Still holding that value area low, but market is fragile right now. Fragile. Anonymous saying me closing my shorts at 210 marked the top on Nvidia. Yeah. Yeah, that was nasty. But go figure they're taking Nvidia down, liquidating it right ahead of its earnings coming up, right? Interesting. Very interesting. Interesting to me at least. Nvidia hit at least 180 today. Big area. It's down here. Almost taking out the lows on Nvidia. Almost. It's just chopping and burning, burning time, burning time. I know a lot of people, including us, are in some zeros trying to burn all of that extra data. Coming back into the 50-day moving average, that is sitting at just above 665. On SPY, the 50-day is just sitting at 665.04-ish, fluctuating a little bit. Bitcoin now getting sold into yet again. Tesla back down 3%. SPY's breaking down here. SPY losing that value area low. Continued weakness in equities. IWM now selling off. Bitcoin back testing its opening range high. QQQ still down 1.34%, SPY down 0.7%. Dow's outperforming but still negative on the session. Google down 2.76%. Apple starting to give up some of the gains. Nvidia and Tesla are still your two neck and neck weak mega cap tech stocks that are weighing in on the market. Obviously Nvidia more influential. That one's at the lows. You can see how it's dragging SPY down like a big ball and chain. APK saying 6600 on SPX is a big level. Yes, it is. 6600 is a big level. You're piercing the 50-day moving average right now on SPX. So that's also a big level. SPX tagging the 50-day moving average yet again. Nvidia about to drop like a rock. Cabin is saying. Again, guys, you're hitting a lot of daily chart support. We'll see if they want to bounce this market off that 50-day. I still think they can, but obviously we're making new lows on the session. Things are looking a little bit fragile here. But SPX, big level, guys. You're sold off into the 50-day moving average with no bounce yet. Gap down into the 50. Crazy. Still have quite a few pockets of strength in the market. Some energy stocks, Snapchat bouncing, Lulu's still green, Micron selling off, Canopy Growth still green, UAMY still holding some value, Nat Gas Equities still strong, SOXS that's up 10.3% today. SOXS is continuing. Continuing. Range Resources, that's still doing well. SPY is still breaking here. SPX, guys, losing the 50-day, trading at 6,665 bucks right now, piercing the 50-day by $5 on the daily chart. Nastiness. Meta trickling lower, Bitcoin trying to be defended, UVXY still up 4.86%. Anonymous saying this reminds me of the 24 August and April this year, slowly drifting down without any major news, not bottoming until some news causes a flash crash. Well, I mean, when you look at things structurally, right, the SPX daily chart, we've sold off pretty quickly. Hasn't been really a drift. We've sold off pretty quickly since we put in that 3-day bear flag. Bang! It's been a hard dump lower. So I think the bigger pattern, and we hit a lot of resistance up here, some pretty expensive valuations, but I think the big pattern now will be to once again kind of create a head and shoulders formation, and we'll see which way it wants to trigger. So if we keep selling, obviously there's going to be a bounce. How far do we bounce? Do we create a head and shoulders, a right shoulder formation? And then you kind of will have both sides of the trade start to guess which way. But Nvidia is melting here. Wow. SPY melting, Nvidia melting. Look at that sell side in Nvidia. Just downright dirty. Nvidia now hitting this lower boundary trend line. SPX still dripping lower. Meta's still seeing some selling. Yeah, it isn't even 5%. It was a needed pullback. It's a good pullback that's starting, or that has started. It's been a good pullback. We're still going lower now, down about $6 below the 50-day MA on your SPX chart. If SPY hits this 663.50 zone, I'm gonna buy 668 calls as another lotto trade here, guys. 668 calls if SPY takes out the lows here. They are getting cheap, cheap, cheap. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Semiconductors are really, really taking it on the chin, guys, today. Right, there's new lows on the S&P, guys. New lows. Some 668 calls here. Come on, one more little flush. Again, this is risky. Size it appropriately. It's a heavy downtrend. We're still seeing Nvidia is trying to stabilize here, guys. Just a touch. Meta is still off its lows. Bitcoin's still trying to push. SPY's still heavy. QQQ down 1.5%. Markets are in turmoil. If you see that headline across CNBC today, you know we'll have a bottom. You wait for that markets in turmoil headline and a bottom is likely in. UVXY still up 5.2. Crude oil still green. Gold still green. Nat gas trying to stabilize even more now. S&P still a weak indice right now. Melting lower. Coming into a nice little major pivot that we made October 22nd here. Grab that liquidity. Sweep it. Nvidia is still trickling lower, guys. Nasty capitulation occurring in Nvidia. We're getting close to that 180 target there. Quantum stock still taking on the chin as well. UVXY continuing to push. Coming into its 50-day MA. Took some 668 SPY calls at 58 cents. QQQ is trying to bounce here a little bit. Bitcoin making a little bit of a move here. Bitcoin looks like it wants to go positive on the session, guys. Apple's still up about 0.42, but it's been faded. Tesla down 3.7, Meta down 2.4, Google down 2.7, looking nasty. Nvidia down 3.5%, but trying to bounce. Microsoft down 0.3, looking okay. Amazon down 1.24. Still seeing some sell side pressure. Slow dripping it. Markets are still acting very, very weak here. And the markets might only bounce with the Qs if it tags that 50-day, which is at 601.19. So it still could go a little bit lower. Just as a heads up. Another like 68 cents or so, it could fall. Let's see what the NDX chart is looking at. Yeah, the NDX chart is also still off of its 50-day, which is trading at 24,704. We're trading at 24.8 on the NDX. SPX is well through its 50-day. That's trading $8 below its 50-day on the SPX. Meta just briefly pierced the lows. SPY is still trickling down here. Nasty, nasty decline yet again. to a pretty big volume shelf here on SPX as well. This is kind of measuring your volume from the September candle low. Is still selling. Bitcoin still holding. Nvidia, no bounce yet. New lows coming in. Tesla still drilling, Meta still drilling, Google still weak, Apple's holding, Nvidia still drilling, Amazon trying to bounce a little bit. Let's look at financials real quick. Financials are trying to hold steady. JP Morgan trying to bounce just a little bit. Wells Fargo, that's catching a little bit of a bounce. Microsoft, that's still trying to bounce. Apple's pulled back, consolidating just a little bit. Tessie still off of the lows, showing a little bit more relative strength compared to the indices testing their lows again. Nastiness. IWM trying to bounce. Your SOXX keeps getting liquidated, guys. So this is why the market's the weakest right now. Semis are continuously showing signs of distribution here. The question is, are we going to bounce, create a right shoulder? Pretty big breakdown occurring in your SOXX. At the Qs are still coming into that 50-day. It's about $1 away. AMD, let's take a peek. Yeah, AMD down sharply, 4.25, breaking down. Broadcom also taking on the chin. TSM taking on the chin here. Micron is still holding steady. Let's look at SMCI. That one's just a dog still coming in. XYZ, that's had a nice bounce. Celsius still coming in, looking heavy. Nvidia is still at the lows. Nvidia is just melting here. Full-fledged liquidation right now. Nvidia is still dripping lower, guys. VIX is still trying to press. SPX still melting below that 50-day. Coming into that volume shelf. You've even breached the weekly 7 MA on SPX and SPY. Really sharp selling occurring. Micron now down 3.4. Still some tiny pockets of strength, but tech is just overwhelmingly weak, forcing the main indices lower. Nvidia continuing to sell. Big SPX 6650 is a big level. It's a big level for SPY as well. $3 more down on SPX and we get into that volume shelf. SPY still dripping lower, going even lower. Nastiness. VIX is trying to break to the high side yet again. So SPY right now bouncing off that previous little lower boundary pivot. We'll see what type of support we get. Small reaction bounce so far. IWM back into that massive wide range red bar from October 10th. The support zone. Let's see if that marks the low. You can see SPX kissed that volume shelf. Just kissed it. Still think there's a big chance we can retest the 668 area. That would be a pretty remarkable bounce if the S&P does that. Ford is showing some strength. Snapchat still green. Petrobras green. Ondas turned green. Intel's green. Open Door has bounced significantly off of the lows, still down 4.4. Archer still getting slaughtered, down 14. Tesla still under a lot of pressure, down 3.6, but holding some higher lows. Palantir still down a couple percent. Neo down. IREN is getting slapped down 10%. AMD down 3.9. Rigetti down 5.7. But really the big loser in quantum is your IONQ today. That's getting slapped. VIX is still trying to trend to the upside here. Nat gas is still slightly weak. Crude oil green. All indices negative. With Qs down 1.6% on your QQQ. Nastiness. No bid yet. Small bounce, which is getting completely sold into. Nat gas reserve stock still holding. Some consumer staples are holding steady. What else we got? Datavolt holding steady today. UAMY still holding steady, but off of the highs. Trade desk has been sold into pretty sharply. Still off of its lows. Tesla's still off the lows. Interesting that Tesla hasn't made a new low with the indices. So the main indices have melted lower through the likes of Meta, through the likes of Nvidia, through the likes of Google, but Tesla's been holding a bit of a higher low. So slight relative strength there in Tesla. Even though it's down sharply on the session, there's a little bit of relative strength. Amazon looks like it wants maybe a little bit lower. Nvidia new lows. Nvidia just pierced that 180. Nice call out there. I think it was it Anonymous that said that or Cabin? I can't remember. But Nvidia breached that 180 level. Good call out. So this market won't bounce unless Nvidia catches some sort of a bid here, guys. But Nvidia had a nice sell candle there. High volume, looks like it's capitulation. Looks like a bit of a capitulation candle there on NVIDIA. See if we can bounce. QQQ tapped the 50-day. Let's take a peek. Oh, that's the weekly chart. I was like, where's my 50-day? My 50-day is just shy. 600.98 is my 50-day on the Qs. So it's just slightly away. You know, it's almost there. It came within a few pennies. But oftentimes what you see is you'll see a lot of times that price action will just miss it. And then like the following day or two later, you'll get the 50-day to um, run into this lower wick to make it seem like it tapped the 50-day, kind of like what we saw with the 200 in the dollar, right? If you actually were trading the dollar off of this candle, the 200 was up a little bit more, so it never officially hit it. But basically, a couple days later, it does look like the dollar hit that 50-day, or sorry, that 200. So we could miss the 200, or we could miss the 50 on the Qs, but my 50-day is very close. Hasn't officially hit it yet. But it wouldn't be surprised me if they miss it by a little bit and then, you know, come Monday or Tuesday it would look like we actually hit it. We'll see. We'll see what happens. And I mean, what could happen if the market got a really big bounce here, it would start to pull it up as well, that 50-day. But for now, we're still super weak. Definitely weak. Piercing that weekly 7 MA. Nvidia's still drilling. Amazon's still dripping. Apple's trying to hold steady. Google still looking pretty bearish, but trying to bounce. Tesla looking bearish. Getting close to that 50-day now. What are we, 40 cents away? 30, 20 cents away? 25 cents? Getting close. Yours is simple? Yeah, mine's a simple as well. Mine's a simple MA as well. What platform are you using, Anonymous? My parameters on my, and I have a closed source. Trading View? Yeah, Trading View. It's weird, eh? You might have, I don't know if you have dividends on your chart, adjustments. It could be a minor setting change, whether you're on loggerants, but let's see how the Qs want to react here at that 50-day. We are just continuously melting here. 25 cents away. Default lengths are 14. Nvidia still no bid in the behemoth, piercing that 180. Hot knife through butter, falling sharply. Yeah, what does your moving average say? Pull up a 50-day moving average RAM and tell us where yours is. Mine's trading right at this purple line, 600.97, currently speaking. Qs are coming into it. SPY's still dripping. Nvidia falling. Meta new lows. Google drilling. Nvidia down 4.5%. Ripping to the downside. SOXS is up 12% now. Wells Fargo drilling, guys. Financials are starting to get a little bit weaker. Let's do a poll. What is everyone's 50-day sitting at on the Qs? So yours is even lower, Ran? Meta sub 600 incoming? Yeah, it's drilling into that major gap. They are liquidating mega caps. All right, guys, we have officially hit the 50-day on my chart for the Qs, 600.96. We are currently slightly below it, but we have tagged that 50-day MA on the QQQ. Let's see how they respond with price action, but full net liquidation in the market. They are absolutely wrecking the bulls here. You can see SPY is just knifing to the downside. Looks like they may only give a bit of a bid in the afternoon session near the close, but this is a full-on sell side day. QQQ going for another 2% down move. Crazy. VIX is still screaming higher. SPX is still drilling down here through that major volume shelf, getting wrecked. Trend so far in the session today. Bulls are getting liquidated. QQQ trying to defend that 50-day for now. Every pop is being sold into right now. Yeah, I think there's a good risk to reward basis. I mean, but they might only pop the market in the afternoon just based off of what we're seeing right now. It's give yourself some time. But yeah, the risk to reward is getting obviously put on the long side right now. We've had a nice multi-day sell-off in the indices coming into the 50-day volume shelf. There's always a chance they can gap it down on Monday, but high probability that the VIX after a big move like this gets sold into on Monday. So calls are certainly favorable. But 0DT calls have been crushed, so give yourself time on long positions if you are accumulating. I still think it makes sense to accumulate, even with this hard sell in the indices. The larger time frame is still okay, even though we're starting to break down and test some interesting levels here in SPY. We still haven't created a little bit of a lower low, but we're getting there. We're getting there. You can see the Qs are now testing this weekly low candle here. So this is your breakout candle. Now we're coming into that low, so it's a big area. They are just dripping this market. Nvidia melting, Meta still melting, Trade Desk melting. Everything is getting sold into here. VIX is trying to push for 12 bucks, going for a new high of day. Look at them drilling the S&P. QQQ still down 1.86%. There's some small pockets of capital rotation. I mean, you look at materials, they're green, energy's green, staples are green, real estate's green, utilities green. So surprisingly, even with this hard sell side pressure, it's not a broad-based sell-off. It's mainly your tech stocks and semiconductors selling. And it just shows you how much power they have in the indices because you still have staples, XLP up 1.6%, real estate up 0.74%. Materials up 0.53%. VIX is still trying to push here. Oh, the market's still so honestly, the pattern is broken now. Relying moving averages. What when there's a lost. We're just pulling back from these all-time highs. The market was super stretched. Daily chart's a nice retest of the 50-day. Weekly chart. Look how extended we are still from that weekly 7. You haven't even got a bearish crossover of the weekly MAs. You know, look what happened here, right? Where you rallied, went through a nice pullback, bounced again, double top. So then you got that bearish crossover of your weekly chart setup here, which was kind of your 7 and 20 crossover right off of this candle. And then you had a hard capitulation off your tariff. So we haven't even got a 7 and 20 crossover. We haven't even tested the 20-week moving average here. So that's all I mean by the chart is still holding a technical weekly uptrend. Backtesting a major consolidation zone, point of control, a lot of volume sitting here. There's a lot of charts that have gotten bludgeoned oversold. Earnings across the board have been decent for the major S&P 500 companies. The reactions have been somewhat poor, but net, most companies beat. I think it's over 80% of companies beat in the S&P 500. So I still think it's a good time to buy the dip and pull back in a lot of these names. I wouldn't be surprised for the market to bounce. Structurally, this is a hard sell-off back into a major consolidation zone. The pattern that I'm looking for is, are we going to create a head and shoulders here on the QQQ? So that would dictate a bounce to give us a right shoulder, and then we don't even have a neckline right now, right? So market's still okay. It's just a nasty little down move in a very quick succession. But I think there's a lot of interesting opportunities on the long side, especially with the markets continuing to bleed. Yeah, no worries, no worries. That's what I'm here for. Again, the hardest thing is buying the dip, right, for long terms. We all get spooked by these candles. I mean, that's a nasty weekly candle. In 1 week, you're negating 1 to almost 3 weeks of price action. That's a good sell. That's a really good sell. If you're bullish, you want to see that. And if you believe in there's a Santa Claus rally or something like that, there's still, I would be concerned today if every sector was down. If staples, energy, materials, real estate, retail were all down, I'd be concerned. But you're still showing buying pressure. It's just your tech stocks are resetting. There's been a lot of extended tech stocks. I mean, you look at AMD, Micron, Western Digital, Google, Meta. I mean, Meta's just weak off of its earnings. Nvidia was getting a little bit hyperextended. It's always tough trading zero DTs, but if you buy commons or calls, I think you're sitting pretty over the next 2 to 3 months. I think you'd be surprised, these markets can bounce pretty sharply, um, since we're still holding a daily chart uptrend. If you were to get a close below this red bar, yikes, that would be dirty. You lose this red bar here, and obviously we're still quite a ways away from that red bar. It would be another sell-off like today, another down 1.85% on the Qs. But if you were to lose this red bar on a closing basis, then we have some structural changes in the market that could be setting up. If you sold into that red bar, you'd likely get a bounce into it, but that's a key area because that was looking like the market was breaking down. People piled in on the puts, heavy volume, and then they just rip it back up, right? And look at the RSI weekly momentum, guys. Weekly momentum, you've had a nice pullback on your weekly RSI, dipping. Weekly RSI is still showing upside momentum. You haven't really broken it yet. So we could be setting up something. We could be setting up something like this little phase here, guys. It could be setting up something structurally similar where you have your hard pullback, pierce that weekly 7MA, then you chop around for several weeks, float back to a double top. This type of structure that is setting up, it could be similar to this period. We gotta wait, right? If we're in this first weekly distribution zone candle, we still technically have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, almost 8 to 9 weeks of more price action that could occur before we get a bigger market signal. 8 to 9 weeks, what would that take us into 2026 almost? Pretty much, right? 2 months, November, December, January. That's the wrong thing. SPY still seeing some selling, bit of a bounce, and pop is being shorted yet again. SPX is still trying to drip lower here. Sitting right on a massive volume shelf. VIX is kind of at a double top. Still looks like it wants to take out the highs. Market's still structurally weak here. Nvidia trying to stabilize on the 10-minute chart. Still super, super weak though. Still seeing some net liquidation in the market, guys. Heavy sell side. Heavy, heavy, heavy. Hmm. Cool, cool. VIX still trying to squeeze higher here, guys. QQQ, no real bid, 1.8% down. IWM down 1.39%. Interesting. I gotta make some lunch for myself. Again, we're just seeing this market trying to bounce and create a bit of a higher low here. Maybe a higher low. Big maybe. Again, we're oversold across really all your time frames. So maybe it's the first higher low here. On your S&P, we'll see what type of action we get. High still going lower, guys. We are falling lower. Nasty, nasty sell side pressure. Continuing. Doesn't look like the bottom is holding. Doesn't look like the SPY bottom wants to hold. Big area. Tesla's now looking like an H pattern playing out to the downside. Looks pretty filthy. Semiconductors are still drilling here. All right, Tesla's still melting lower, underperforming as a mega cap. Nvidia still down 4.2. Apple went negative, guys, so the S&P could still go lower. Apple just getting smoked now. Jeez. You know, financials are holding some relative strength, especially JP Morgan. Um, Much stronger than where your S&P is trading. You factor in that JP Morgan is just cracking the 7-day today, whereas SPY's already and SPX is tagging its 50-day, Q's tagged its 50 days. So there's definitely some relative strength here, but you have to wonder if the financials are going to play some catch up to the downside. You know, I don't specifically like uh, financials just yet. Maybe for a quick scalp, obviously, if the market bounces into the end of the day, JP Morgan will bounce. But I'm still writing some December put options in Wells Fargo. So I still think some of these financials can come down a little bit. But JP Morgan's kind of in a world of its own, right? It's holding fairly steady. If we look at XLF, XLF chart is looking much different than JP Morgan. You look at XLF as a whole sector, and it's well below its 50-day. You know, the XLF is almost trying to crack this EMA 113. So it's quite surprising if JP Morgan were to sell off, it's gonna just take this XLF lower. And financials have been weak for quite a number of weeks. I've discussed in my weekly sector review, and it's pretty surprising to see JP Morgan holding this steady. So it's definitely trading in a world of its own. There's mixed signals. You know, JP Morgan's showing relative strength, but XLF is still showing relative weakness. You know, XLF is still in a bit of a short the pop mode. Below your 7, below your 20, below your 50, well below. And it's been consolidating below your 50. So that's always a bad sign. Yeah, it's a quality, right? It's a leader. You know there's likely a big dip buy. Always in JP Morgan. You know, is it a little extended up here? Maybe, but could it still keep going? Sure. It's holding relative strength. So if the market bounces, this likely gets some liquidity. So again, risk to reward intraday, not a bad zone. I just don't like the financial sector right now as a whole. I really, really don't. Tesla guys going lower. Look at Tessie. Tessie is looking like a bit of an H pattern playing out here. Intraday, another bear flag. Tesla was actually holding up as the market was selling. Now the market's trying to stabilize and Tesla's dripping lower. Meta trying to bounce a little bit. Nvidia looking a little bit better, trying to bounce a little bit off of these lows. Google, it's holding steady. Amazon's probably going to catch a bid here, backtesting its previous pivot high from September. Look at the healthcare ETF, guys. XLV looks remarkably strong, like it's trying to break out here. XLV. That's why it's tempting to start a UNH position here. UNH is actually trying to capture that prior day, yeah. CNC still acting well. Lots of puts at 600. Very curious to see what they do. QQQ 600. Yep. You got a lot of put interest because the trend is down today. Clear as day, right? But that trend intraday can reverse pretty quickly if you get a big pop. But yeah, the market's still looking like it wants to go lower. They keep chopping this down. You got Tesla going for a new low of day. It's literally making one right now. Google still looking pretty fragile. And then simultaneously, the one stock that was holding some strength was Apple intraday, and now Apple's selling. So we could easily go lower in the S&P today, especially if Apple wants to break its prior day or sweep this pivot here. You know, Apple was holding steady and now it's giving up the goods. So just too much selling occurring. Let's look at AMD. AMD is still looking pretty fragile, going to a new low of day. AVGO still looking like a dead dog down here. Intel, that was green earlier on. Now it's also giving up the goods, so you're still seeing your SOXX dragging things down here. And I mean, it looks like the SOXX maybe wants to target this green candle here. Look at that, new lows on SPY just absolutely demolished. Apple selling hard. Tesla, new low of day down 5% on big boy Tessie. Nastiness. Trillion to Musk. Very curious to see what the QQQ do at 690. Yeah, read that. Musk packages contingent on share return. Yes. Shares need to double or something. Yes. Very big contingency for Musk package. And again, you could easily have Musk come out and, I still think Tesla's gonna eventually hit this data spike high, 479, if not target its prior all-time high. Like Tesla's the one stock that hasn't yet taken out that all-time high in mega cap tech land. Look at this market melt. Holy moly. Craziness. But regardless, Elon Musk could come out, buy more open shares on the market with this huge 1 trillion pay package. Wow, they are dumping this S&P. Look at that hard selling. Just a full-fledged drilling mode. IONQ down 11%. Even some of the strong stocks are now getting sold into. You love days like this. Fire is 6, yeah. Snapchat still green, UPS still holding steady. Micron down 4, Western Digital down 6. Tesla new low of day. Ripping to the downside. VIX just made a new high of day. Apple drilling. Google just getting slapped. Google new low of day. Amazon also making a new low of day. Microsoft still holding. Wow. Tempted to buy a little bit of Tesla if we were to. Definitely getting into some interesting levels down here. Previous gap filled down here. Interesting level for Tesla. 420. Will they defend that? AMD now down 5.26%. You know what stock looks like it may have bottomed, guys? Is this ticker FI. It's actually up a couple percent today, making a red to green reversal. Extremely oversold. One of the most oversold stocks in the market. Big area that it's retested here. No, but it's showing some resiliency intraday despite the market selling. This name is trying to hold. Let's look at AFRM. That's been faded. Carvana. That's been faded. KMX, CarMax. Yeah, that one's still trying to show a little bit of strength off of the lows. Dash is getting sold into. Elf is getting sold into. What a bounce in open. Look at that bounce. Holy moly. What a candle bounce on open. Super impressive. Alibaba. Alibaba's going through this nice consolidation. I think it's getting ready for its next leg higher here very shortly. I've been tempted to build into a BABA position. Just been waiting a little bit patient here for BABA, but it's slowly getting ready. BABA. BABA. Your 4-hour chart EMA 113 on SPX. Last time we retested that area was back here in May, where we broke out above it. So Big 4-hour chart EMA. This is a very big extension move to the downside. I'd be shocked not to see at least a little bit of a bid here, but wow. Crazy sell day. Clinical sell day. BTC, that's still trying to hold steady, so Bitcoin's still holding. Archer down 18%. Nasty. to the market. Seems like we're trying to create potential higher high here intraday. Really, you need to get a close above these pivots to dictate our first little higher high. So if we can get a, call it 5-10 minute close above this little triple top here, then we could push to the high of this parallel channel. Obviously, the trend is still down. We have been in a short the pop mode, but we're very likely to get a bounce at some point. You can see the SPX has hit a massive 4-hour chart, EMA 113. It's been a couple months, several months since we retested that area. Let's see what happens here. Dom C saying banks are bleeding right now with the government shutdown. There's over $1 trillion sitting in the treasury that can't be recycled back to the banks. So banks are being forced to buy into the repo markets. Yeah, there's some big changes too in policy regarding the QT cycle coming to an end in December. So lots of interesting things. You got to keep your eyes on financials for sure over the coming weeks. Bounce coming back into the market. So the VIX looks like it put in a bit of a double top, failed breakout intraday, and it is currently being sold into and imploding pretty sharply. So perhaps there might be a bit more of a trender into the rest of the afternoon. We did create our first little higher high intraday on your 1 minute. I am looking for a 10-minute candle close. This 10-minute candle still has about 6 minutes left in the chart, but we are getting a phenomenal, phenomenal bounce. The question is now, are we going to create a bit of an inverted head and shoulders on your intraday time frame? We've got a nice left shoulder established. We got a head being built. If we push up, I expect a small pullback and then maybe a right shoulder formation. That would give us a really big potential trend into the afternoon session, but solid, solid bounce off of the lows there for your S&P 500. You can see that EMA volume shelf is being defended. You're still currently below the 50-day on SPX. That 50-day is sitting at 6668. So we're about an $8 move away from that 50 MA, but really good reaction so far for your S&P 500. Off of the lows, nice counter trend rally. The big question is, can it hold this little bit of a mean reversion bounce? into the end of the day. This is exactly what I was kind of thinking was going to be happening. Took a little bit longer in the morning session, but what a magnificent rally. They're probably going to close SPY positive. If things start to really squeeze here and people chase, the fact that we're above prior day low on the indices, really the big area I'm looking for a retest on SPY is going to be this previous little breakout trend line. So that's where we had that bullish break. This would be a nice back test to that area. But so far, an extraordinary bounce off of the lows, buying the dip in full force, is still alive and strong right now. So very, very good. Very, very good. Nice bounce on the S&P. Let's see if we can keep pushing here into the end of the day. We did take profits on our 0 DTE SPY calls. Again, the 668s went in the money. Those printed. Everyone should have been able to catch that. A little bit of a trade. IWM is positive on the session, so that's made a bullish reversal, turning green on the session at 0.37. NVIDIA almost making a full-on red to green reversal. That's testing that 187 area with force coming in to the high side. Look at that trend and reversal on the behemoth. NVIDIA making a really stunning move. You got a lot of stocks that just absolutely made red to green reversals. Still a lot of stocks that are weak, but lots of buying pressure coming into the end of the afternoon session here. And just as everyone is getting bared up, that's why we kind of went over that analysis of the weekly chart, saying that the weekly trend is still okay. We discussed kind of the scenario that I believe we're in. Many people were thinking we're going to get that bigger rollover, which obviously it could still happen, but chances are we're still going to hold higher lows, and it now setting up for a potential move back to the all-time highs, unless we see some sort of catastrophic sell into the close here, which is looking pretty unlikely since most people are now having to chase and unwind their short positions. You've had the VIX pretty much gap and crack. VIX almost closing negative right now. It's still up about 1%, the UVXY, but under significant pressure. Bitcoin made a stunning reversal. Meta has made a red to green reversal, so that stock is now green on the tape. A nice daily chart bottoming tails, really forming pretty much in a lot of different charts. Looking pretty good. Still holding my Dash day trade, which we're up on. Still holding ELF. That one is still looking to make a bit of a push higher. Still negative on the tape, but acting a little bit better off of the lows. But quite a few saw. Look at DataVolt, guys. Holy moly. Up 25% on the session. DVLT has made an extraordinary push to the high side. Again, that is a name that we remain net long on. Looking for more upside though. DVLT acting exceptionally well. Mega cap tech, still have Google down 2, Apple down 0.9, Nvidia down half, Microsoft down 0.3, Amazon's green slightly, Meta's green slightly. Find it hard pressed not to think they're going to take SPY positive. With this type of a reversal, they likely will take the S&P green. A little bit of selling, profit taking after a huge bounce is to be expected. So far, they've defended that volume shelf. They've defended the 50-day. You can see the QQQ also getting defended off that 50-day point of control volume zone. Extraordinary push in the equity markets. Very big push. You look at names like DataVolt squeezing. You look at UAMY, that's had a monster bid to the upside. Tempest AI, that's trying to put in a bottoming tail. A lot of stocks are trying to put in a bottoming tail here. Look at Rocket Labs putting in a bottoming tail. You still have Nat Gas Equities strong. ENVX has put in a nice little reversal off the lows. Palantir is now green on the session. Crypto stocks like MSTR, stunning reversal on MSTR, stunning reversal on Mara, trying to build here. BTC has made a huge bid off of the lows. What else can we look at here? Ouster's made a nice red to green reversal. XOM still strong. Weeble's green. DraftKings surging. VST ripping. UPS and Lululemon strong. Duolingo strong. Snapchat having a good day. Snap's really strong. Oklo's made a red to green reversal. Nice profits on our Oklo short covering that one. Again, we exited our Ondas yesterday. Look at that one. That's getting a nice big bid to the upside. So a lot of liquidity chasing some of these names that are oversold. Starbucks having a really good session today. Ripping to the upside. Interesting. Snapchat's still continuing to try to push here. Recapturing some of that late selling. DVLT, guys, is ripping. DVLT is ripping. Here, guys, I trimmed half of my dash common share day trade position from yesterday. I trimmed half. I'm just going to lock in a little bit of gains here. I do think it's going to squeeze higher here, but I'm just locking in a little bit of that day trading profit since it was a fairly decent sized position. And I'm going to swing the rest with a break-even stop loss. So I locked in a small little trim there on Dash from yesterday, DoorDash day trade. We'll swing the rest of the position with 202.25 stop loss, okay? So hopefully it keeps trending, and then we can hold on to these as a little bit of a swing trade. Let's look at the SPX chart again. So magnificent bounce. And what's really fascinating is the S&P 500 is trying to form a bit of a bearish 7 and 20 crossover. So there still could be some upside and downside volatility. Overall, turned out to be a pretty solid day. Day trading had to sit through quite a bit of pain with some of those 668 0DT SPY calls, but trusted the process. Ended up making a nice chunk there, over 100%. So beautiful job if you stuck through some volatility. That's what sizing for losses. Again, quite a few new positions added to the mix as well. Again, I think next week will be fairly choppy. I wouldn't be surprised for a gap up and then a sell off. So I don't think this market's not out of the woodwork yet, but they have bounced and defended some key technicals. And that's a good little reversal so far. Typically, the market does like to do a little bit of a retrace. And you can see the weekly 7MA has now been recaptured so far. I would love to see the S&P now maintain above that weekly 7MA and push to new all-time highs. That's usually what can happen after a bit of a reversal of this nature. Still got 45 minutes left in the tape. A lot can happen in 45 minutes. A ton, but so far it's looking like most of the losses are being eradicated today. Still have quite a few names that are weak on the session. But definitely you've had some impressive reversals in many different names, which is good to see. I'd love to see Elf Beauty now pick up steam. That one's still a dog down here. What are we down on Elf? It's trying. It's certainly trying. Let's see what SC's doing. That's made a nice move as well. Let's see what those SPY calls are worth. Still have quite a bit of weakness in your mega cap tech, guys. Definitely some weakness. SPY seeing some sell side. Financial, JP Morgan is firmed up quite nicely. Let's look at that UAMY. SPY getting a little bit of profit taking, which after a big pump like this is to be expected. Let's just see what this inverted head and shoulders target would take us to. So you can see that this inverse head and shoulders target takes us to about 671.50-ish, which still could hit today. I'd like to see SPY maintain above that prior day low for now. Nice reversal on UNH today. That's a strong candle. Quite a bit of selling now, last 30 minutes, some profit taking coming into the picture here. All right, I might take a 670 lotto, end of day lotto. I'm thinking about a retest of the highs, if not even this 671, but 670 SPY calls, guys, I'm going to enter. Just a small little trade here. End of day, I think we get a continuation pump. So I'm in the 670 0 DTEs, filled at 30 cents, small size, 5 contracts. Again, the upside target of the inverse is this bull TP up here. So size it for loss, not a lot of time in the day, but looking for a continuation here. I'm expecting SPY to maintain above prior day low. I find it hard pressed not to maintain above that area. Again, 670 0 DTE. 30 cents, 5 contracts, $150, small size. Tesla seeing some slight rejection. Win, lose, or draw. I'm okay with this trade playing out as is. Wow, Celsius still down 6%. This is another one that's getting interesting down here for a buy the dip. Wow, what a complete disaster for Celsius. MNST, Monster, that's still holding. APLD, that's holding. AFRM, that is holding steady. Carvana, XYZ, that's still maintaining a bounce. Nice bounce in FI today. That's up 3.16%. Pump it up. You got to pump it up. Do 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 do. You got to pump it up. Do 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 do. Right, they are melting your S&P a little bit. Some additional sell side profit taking is coming into the picture. So getting smoked pretty hard here into the end of the day. A little bit of sell side pressure hitting the S&P. Final 33 minutes left here in the tape. Go, SPY. Go. Back to the highs. Go, go, go. Back to the highs. Pump it back up. Big push. Big end of day push. Give it to us. Give it to us. This SPY liquidity coming back in. We are in the 670 zeros. We're looking for a retest of the high of day. Squeeze it, baby. Squeeze it. Buy the dip. Buy that dip. Punch it higher. Rip it. Rip it. Rip it. Rip it. What I'll do, if we hit 670, I'll sell half the contracts, stop loss at break even, and hope for a big, big green God candle into the end of the day. Come on, rip it back to the positive side. You know you want to go positive, SPY. Come on. You came so close after a huge down day like that. You know you want to go positive. Come on, SPY. Get there. Get there. What do you guys think? Are they going to take SPY positive? I think so. I think they will. Getting some big call flow coming in. Bulls are trying to rip. Rip, 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 rip. Rip it. Rip it. Just rip it. Pushing. Pushing, pushing, pushing. Come on, you got more in you, S&P. Squeeze it. Final 30 minutes, just absolutely rip to the high side here. You know you want to take this market positive. Come on, baby. Don't tease me. Come on, SPY. Punch it. New high of day. Fill the gap. Go positive. Do it for us. End of day squeeze. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. we go. Here we go. Come on, almost at 100% on these zeros. Keep going. Keep climbing. 670s on deck. Stop loss at break even on these 0 DTEs. 670 stop loss at break even, which is 30 cents for me. Time is ticking away here, and it looking like it might lose a little bit of steam here, but break even stop loss at 30 cents. All right, nice big candle. Here we go. Make the push. Give it to us. Just go, SPY, go. Here we go. Nice little 1 minute inverse head and shoulders trying to break here, guys. Come on, do it for us. Take us to the promised land. Big squeeze into end of the 671. Get it. Just get to 670. Come on. Taking too long. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Anderson. Here we go. Come on. Buckle up. Pop it. Just pop it. It's trying to break. Go, go, go. Here we go, guys. We're squeezing. We're squeezing. New high of day incoming. Come on. New high of day. Go positive, SPY. Go positive. You're only down 0.11%. Squeeze this bad boy. Go, go, go. You got it. You got it. Come on. Come on. Punch through it. Come on. Big impulse candle. Just give it to us right now. Pop it. Here we go. 3. 20 minutes left. Gotta do it. You can do it. Come on, 670s. Go, go, go. Here we go. Come on. Go, 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 Spy. Nice. It's ripping here, guys. Come on, do it. Pump it up. All right. Looks like they're gonna maybe try to chop it back down to PDL. Doesn't look like it's gonna get there. Needs to hold this area and get a really fat bounce. Go S&P, go. S&P. All right, they're still trying to fight here. Spy's still trying. Still holding these 670s. Still roofing. Come on. Gap fill. Come on, do it. Sometimes I feel like we can will the stocks. Everyone, power of positive thinking. Get it up there. Slap that buy. Full port Spy right now. All right, that was a nice candle. Rip it. Come on, just rip it into gap fill. We're so close to this market going positive. Come on. It's right there. You know it wants to. Amazon ripping. Here we go. 670s almost in the money. Come on, baby. You're so close. You're so close, Spy. Do it for us. Here we go. 670 calls, almost up 100%, guys. Boom, 670 calls in the money, guys. Trimmed half. Principal is out of the trade. 66 cents. Trimmed half of my SPY calls. Moving stop up to 45 cents. Beautiful. 670 calls printed, guys. Market is squeezing. Nice little 107% gain there. Original principal is out. Stop in the money. Bought at 30 cents. Sold at 66. Thank you, Ram. A little bit of a scalp. Trade is risk-free with a stop loss at 45 cents, guys. Let's see if we can get this market green. Come on, SPY. You're so close. Fill the gap. Turn green just so you can say you made a red to green reversal. A lot of stocks have made a red to green reversal. Come on, SPY. Look at that frickin' bottoming tail on the S&P 500. SPX defending the 50-day volume shelf like a boss. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Still had a hard down week on the S&P 500, but definitely a nice recovery off of the lows. BTD in full effect. Come on, squeeze this. They could squeeze this market, guys. A lot of people have to unwind their shorts. A lot of people are having to now slap the buy button because people got spooked out of their long positions when the S&P was below the 50-day. The VIX has now almost gone red, a full-on reversal under UVXY. They have sold the VIX yet again on a Friday. Nasty, nasty, nasty VIX crush Friday. Gnarly. Maria, 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 Maria. Do do do. Do do do. My God, I'm hungry again. I am hungry. Thank you, Ran. Oh, thank you, Maria. Sorry, blue. Saw the blue. I thought you were the same. Maria, appreciate that. Thank you. You too. Have a good weekend. Have a great weekend, guys. Nice way to have the markets rebound off of the lows, especially when we've been accumulating with both hands, buying quite a few different positions today. Appreciate that, Maria. You have a great weekend. Still think there's quite a lot of stocks that are still somewhat depressed. Still somewhat depressed. Big decline on your S&P now. If you're If you're a gambler, you can re-enter those 670s off of this trend line. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Let's see what they're at. If they fall to, let's say 20 cents. Ooh, nice decline. Nice little sell program coming in. It's a hard down candle. All right, guys, I'm thinking about, oh, too quick there. I was literally about to say I'm going to take calls off that PDL, but never mind. The bounce just happened there. That was the bounce off of PDL. Not looking. I'm pretty much done for the day, I think. I am pretty much done for the day. But that was literally, I was about to say, if you could take it off of PDL, but not anymore if you didn't get a fill. Bitcoin made a nice recovery. It's going to be interesting to see how Bitcoin holds off into the weekend. BTC. Look at that friggin' volume on that. Wow. Stunning. And BTC, guys, you look at what type of pattern this is on BTC. Anyone know? Nice W. Wow, what a bounce there. Look at that fat 1 minute reversal. That's a thing of beauty. W formation on Bitcoin, guys. W formation with a higher low. Looking pretty bullish. Looking pretty bullish. The inverse Batman formation. I was about to, yeah, I know. That's exactly what it is. The inverse Batman. Dun, 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 Batman. Go, Bitcoin, go. Again, we look at that SPX chart. Just beautiful. NDX, guys. Look at that beautiful 50 MA backtest. Damn, how a few hours can change sentiment, eh? Few hours just changes sentiment. So much bearish talk. And I'm not saying we can't sell off next week, but whew, that's a nice defense. The bulls are stepping in. The bulls are stepping in. Wow. I saw those 670 calls at 18 cents at that low. Now they're at 33. Jeez, in 3 minutes, 100% there. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. It's a beautiful bottoming tail. It really, really is. Doesn't get any cleaner. I mean, look at that volume shelf too. That volume shelf is taking into account the volume from this September 17th low pivot. All of this. So the last, what is that? How many weeks is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. The last 6 weeks of volume. That's what this volume shelf is taking into account. So they are defending the last 6 weeks of price action, which is telling me we can revisit the highs. And maybe, just maybe, we get a double top. Maybe we get that Batman pattern. If they push it back to the highs, maybe we get that Batman formation. I'd like to call that out. Maybe. Maybe it's something similar to this M top. But S&P 500, can it go green? 7 minutes left in the tape. You have to think they're going to take it positive. For us to be so close to the gap after such a depressed downward move, and then for them to just miss us, wow. Wow. Look at them pushing SPY. Rip it. Well, look at the support levels, right? Look at the sheer selling. This is a fast sell-off into what? A major 50 MA as well as a point of control. It's just a big technical support zone. You also had this upsloping trend line. There's a lot of factors here. A lot. You know, if I dive into fib levels, there's a couple fib levels layered in between. So it's just a big technical support level. A lot of stocks were oversold. A lot of stocks. You look at Nvidia, the world's largest company, guys. I mean, Nvidia's had a nice fall, right? Back to a parallel channel. Look at the 50-day on Nvidia. It's been bought up once, twice, three times, four times. You know, the 50 days being gobbled up. I mean, how much more do you want these stocks to keep selling off in such quick succession? Meta has been absolutely pummeled over the last few sessions. You know, Microsoft has had a straight drop. You know, these are some large moves, guys, in such a quick, short period of time. Like a 11% down move in Microsoft in a few days. Big move. Look at them take SPY positive. Boom. Boom. Super exciting. Super duper exciting. Bang, bang. Crazy day, guys. They paid out the puts. They paid out. If you were short yesterday or at the beginning of the week, you were paid. Your profits should have been taken. Remember, we're still in a raging bull market, guys. I've probably never been more net long right now as of today in quite a long time. I've got a lot of longs on the table. I'm looking for a test of the highs again. But you have to understand market structures, it's a sell-off from all-time highs. So the first initial sell-off from an all-time high usually gets bought up. And the market will now look to create a lower high. So until we have another lower high in place, which it's hard to say where the lower high is going to be. It could be that double top formation, you know, and just look at the weekly structure of the moving average. That's why I kind of went into it in detail. You know, a lot of people are saying it looks like we're going through this movement again. Well, not really, because this is our first test of the weekly 7MA. If I remove all these drawings here, you know, this sell-off here pierced the weekly 7MA with sheer force. And then you kind of chopped around a little bit. And you can see, right, we bounced, sold off again, made new lows, then had a bigger bounce. So we could easily bounce next week, get rejected midweek, sell off, take out the low, then bounce again. But it's very reminiscent to potentially like this phase, the start of this phase. So, but like I said, you can see it took about 8 weeks to basically sell off, bounce back to the highs, create a little bit of a fake breakout candle, and then they ripped it down. But like I said, when you sell off from all-time highs, statistically you have to buy the dip. You know, this is a game of probabilities, guys. That's all it is. It's tough because, you know, like I said, they took it deeper than I even expected. They look how much they pierced that 50-day. I mean, that was crazy, that pierce of that 50-day today. Absolutely crazy. Look how much they pierced this channel. Like that was the 50-day was sitting what here, and they pierced it by 0.5%, $39 on SPX. Magnificent. But like I said, statistics say the first pullback from all-time high, you often get a bounce because this first bounce is what sets up. If this market is truly to break down, this bounce is going to be a really big bounce, you know, often a 50% retrace in most scenarios. We could easily go back to the highs. 50% retrace would take us back to 677, 67.76. And that would maybe give us the formation of a right shoulder, but we're still in early stages. Look at the short squeeze going, guys. Whew. My, oh my. Face ripping rally. Beautiful price action. That is just beautiful. Clinical continuation move, red to green reversal in the S&P 500. Magnificent price action. Wow. Super impressive. Good job, guys, if you bought the dip today. Freaking amazing. Happy to hear, Peter. Peter's saying, a big red to green. What a day. I can have a good sleep this weekend. Yes, you can. We bought the dip, guys. We accumulated some names. We accumulated Tempest AI, big buy program off of the lows. We've got call options in FI, big reversal. We've got Datavolt, DVLT, guys, big reversal. We bought SPY calls, added to that. We took on some meta positions today. Beautiful jobs. Market is in full squeeze. I still think TTD, guys, is a big, big value play down here. The earnings were strong, reaction weak. Don't be surprised if this one starts to get going. No worries, Maria. Well, we also had a nice reversal. Look at this Rocket Labs, guys. RKLB, stunning price action today in RKLB. We bought the 46.77 area on RKLB, and we're already up double digits on that reversal, almost 11% gain from this morning's buy. So stunning price action if you bought the dip in many names. We got a lot of long exposure. I am looking for nat gas equities to continue to break out. AR, RRC. I'm looking at Dash to continue to make a recovery. I'm looking at crypto stocks to make a recovery. I'm looking at this UAMY. We're in the $10 calls, which printed today with that big, big move up. Again, wonderful, wonderful job if you were able to buy the dip with confidence. That's what I was trying to do, but we issued quite a few alerts today, and nice job if you took them. So great job, nice profits to end the session here. Our call options 0 DTE, 20 DT trades went in the money, and then a lot of extra profits are looking like they're going to be secured on some of these names. Other than that, everybody have a good weekend. I will have some more things to discuss. Member videos will be set to announce. Take a look at this before I go. Take a look at this, guys. VIX Crush Friday. 80%, over 80% statistical probability on Friday they sell the VIX. Look at that nasty VIX move. Crazy. Anyways, guys, thank you all. Thank you all. And we will see you again tomorrow. Or sorry, not tomorrow. Monday. Monday fun day. Cheers, everyone.